Okay. Hello and welcome to episode 11 of Vampire the Requiem Louisville. I'm Mike. I'll be your storyteller for tonight. I'm here with Robin. Uh, Melody is still dealing with extended family. Um, she'll be back sometime before the end of the year. Uh, Not sure quite when. So I'll throw it over to Robin to let her tell you who she is and what she does.
Hi, I'm Robin. I'm playing Dee Dee. She is a vampire of the Invictus Covenant and Deva clan, and she has a YouTube cooking show she does twice a week.
And and that's the normal part of her life. Because she also has a slightly odd roommate, an interesting girlfriend, and a uh, puppy
Stalker.
that, well, yeah, hunting buddies slash stalker and uh, a werewolf puppy that is very attached to her.
Yeah, yeah, a werewolf puppy that adopted me
Right,
rather than
yeah.
the other way around.
Right, yeah. And
You
you're
know,
not,
Sarah would probably be happy if, like, I just married Hanley and the two of us stayed
well,
together.
yeah, it's like that is her ultimate goal to convince you to do that. Uh, as most children tend to be like. Um, And are you really gonna tell a 10-year-old werewolf girl no? It's like,
Only if I've got a rare T-bone steak in one hand. Then I can tell her no and throw it at her.
and and then you can hope that it gives you enough time to distract her and get away,
Right.
because she runs about as fast as you do. So, uh, and if she really wanted to, she could catch you. Uh, but
And I just got this mental image of a werewolf chewing on a squeaky toy.
okay, yeah. Except the squeaky toys in the shape of a human. It's like I don't
that,
chew I don't chew dog toys, I chew human toys.
that would be almost as bad as all three of Cerberus's heads each having a squeaky
Uh,
toy.
uh, in his case he'd have one and they'd be his heads would be fighting over it.
That's why you give them each one.
Yeah,
All three of them are like, squeak, 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 squeak.
that's no fun. You wanna see the tug of war between three of them.
Right, growler.
Uh,
I have to admit, I kind of have a soft spot for Cerberus.
yeah,
Three and your puppy.
right.
Three-headed hell puppy.
Said instead, except it's got three heads full of teeth that are all all three sets of eyes are viewing you as lunch. It's like
Right.
no. At least Sarah's, kind and sweet and furry most of the time. It's like
Right. Which is unusual because vampires and werewolves don't tend to get along great, but
Well, and normally you wouldn't have.
Well, I did. I mean, I did save her life, so
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like you saved her life and she adopted you for it.
right. Well, I
And
wasn't gonna let a bunch of human assholes beat a little 10-year-old girl to death, even if she is a werewolf.
well, they get group mentality, which makes them supposedly braver than they would be by themselves. And then they were panicking because werewolves. It's like, hold it. You mean the ones in the movies weren't just in the movies? Uh,
right.
this is the problem. So when we ended last time, you and Kylie were snoozing in the basement. And so we'll start this one with uh, the sunset alarm going off. And what happens at that point?
Yes, first thing is shut the damn alarm up because,
Yeah.
I don't like those things anymore as a vampire than I did as a human.
No, nobody does. So you roll over and hit the button to shut the alarm off. And by doing that, you um, inadvertently wake Kylie up. Um, and she basically says one word, which is blood. And uh,
Yeah, you read my mind. Let's go
uh,
see what Henry's got as far as breakfast goes.
and so the two of you sort of stagger out of bed. Uh, um, and as you do this, you hear this sort of scrabbling noise, like s- something is moving pretty quickly toward your door on the outside of the door. And uh, you hear this sort of couple seconds later, you hear this sort of dull thud as something hits your door.
I'm gonna open the door and brace myself for
Yeah.
the
Well,
for the leap.
you open the door and Sarah's just sort of laying half sprawled out on the floor because she was moving pretty quick when her head hit the door. And uh, so she sort of half knocked herself out. Uh,
Oh damn! I guess I should open the door a little sooner.
and um,
Okay, bend down and like scratch her between the ears and be like, "You all right there?"
she looks up at you and goes, those doors are harder than I thought.
Oh, she's in
Uh,
human form. I thought she was in.
no, um, well, she looks up at you as if to say that.
Oh,
She's
okay.
like, she she looks up at you in a half dazed form, and it's like, uh, and seeing this little display, Kylie walks over, like, what do we have here?
We've got the biggest werewolf.
I can't even remember if Kylie's ever met Sarah.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
she met her last night when she came
yeah,
over, and
but
Sarah
that's
wasn't too sure. Sarah was kind
yeah,
of like,
but that's the first time they'd ever seen each other.
right.
So yeah, slow. Sarah slowly sort of regains consciousness and gets back to her feet, and uh, so given the fact that you and Kylie spent the day playing around with each other. Are either of you dressed at this point or at all? Or
You know, we should probably get dressed before we head into the kitchen. I mean, we're mostly adults here, but still,
yeah,
yeah, we probably should get dressed.
at least throw something on because the one thing the basement and the playroom area don't have is a shower. So you
Well, I'll throw on what I was wearing yesterday then, just for now, before we head up to the kitchen.
fact you might want to mention to Hanley that if there's a way you could put a shower in the playroom, it might come in handy.
Yeah, actually, I'm kind of surprised Magnus hasn't mentioned that to him.
Uh,
Yeah.
so yeah, Sarah just sort of stands there while the two of you throw something on, and then she makes this motion like she wants you to follow her. And, uh, so you guys make your way back up to the main floor, and Hanley's sitting, Hanley's standing in the living room uh, with a person in a police uniform that has several uh, insignia on his arm, and Hanley informs you that this is in fact the chief of police of Louisville, and he's uh, come to basically find out what the hell is going on because 8 of his men died yesterday, and he's one because they sent a couple of detectives over to your place after the bodies were cleared up, and they did some investigating, which they found Hanley's card. So the chief of police came to talk to Hanley, not knowing that you were in fact going to be there, because they wondered why you weren't at home. Like, they've got, you got six and a half bodies laying, or no, seven and a half bodies
Seven and
laying
a half,
around,
yeah.
and you're not home. It's like,
Well, would you
that's,
be if you had a bunch of bodies in your house? Would you be
yeah.
home?
Um, so he's
So damn,
somewhat
I guess I don't get my blood this morning then.
he's somewhat surprised to see you and Kylie and Sarah walking into the main floor. Uh, he is also very surprised because Sarah's still in werewolf puppy form, and so he's like, "Oh crap, what is this?" Uh,
What, you've never seen a dog before?
she's got um, she looks like a dog unless she smiles, and then you see that she's got much bigger teeth than.
Okay, he's never seen one of them wolf dog hybrids before. I mean,
uh,
they're rare, but there are some around.
he said, "I didn't know you had one with you." But
Actually, it's Hanley's.
mm, might that explain the half that we found yesterday?
Well, as you know, the town has had a little issue with werewolves, so that I think that would be more likely to explain the half. They're all over the place. They just killed someone on my porch the other day.
Yeah, that's the reason that I'm here. Uh, it's like we're trying to figure out why they've personally targeted you.
Yeah, well, I'd like to know that too. So if you figure that out, can you tell me?
I think when we know, you'll know. Uh, so, Hanley said the only reason you were even at your apartment yesterday was to get clothes because you were staying over here. Uh, and but my big question is, all we wanted to do was talk to you. So why did there end up being the mess in your apartment that there was?
Well, all I can say is maybe it was werewolves. Like Hanley said, I just went and grabbed some clothes, you know? I mean, I don't even know what happened there. It must have happened after I left.
No. Mm, yeah, but something's just not adding up because seven of the officers weren't torn up like the eighth one was.
So they were just
And,
dead? I mean, was there I mean, were they shot? What happened to them?
the only ones they had were 2 puncture wounds on the right side of their neck, and the coroner said there wasn't any blood left in their body.
Well, I gotta admit that don't sound like werewolves.
No.
Shit, guys, you think we got vampires as well? I mean, hell, it could happen, I guess. We got werewolves running around. I wouldn't know anything about that, but I mean, shit. Wouldn't want to think something like that, though, would you?
Hanley smiled and said, "This is turning into a bad horror movie." And the chief of police uh, gives him a rather gruff chuckle. It's like, uh, if this is a bad horror movie, I don't want to be around when it ends. Uh, so,
You wanted to come say hi. I mean, like I said, I wouldn't even think something like that, except for the whole werewolves being real thing. So you never do know, right?
um, the police chief says, and I thought I was doing good with Bigfoot rumors.
You're not going to tell him Bigfoot was real, too, are you?
Depends on who you talk to and how much they've been drinking.
I'm sure there's plenty of hunters who have seen him.
Well, yeah, see, that's what I end up dealing with, which is these guys grab their guns and their 6 packs of beer, go off hunting for it, and then come back and tell me they found it and all this shit. Like,
Well, I don't think if Bigfoot is real, I don't think he'd be hanging around Kentucky. But again, I don't know.
uh, people, people in every state have claimed to see him, so either there's a bunch of them or he's got frequent flyer miles, one or the other.
I think he'd be hanging out, closer to Canada, around, Oregon, Montana, somewhere around there.
Well, yeah, but, and I can pretty much tell him that that's not true until, so I thought I was doing good until all this started.
Of course, could be something entirely different. You could be dealing with a serial killer, maybe a doctor or something who's just a nutcase who won't go around, what's the word, exsanguinating his victims. I,
Mm,
I don't know. Like I
well,
said, I just grabbed my clothes and got out of there. I must have been on my way back over here when all that went down. So my place is a mess, huh?
pretty much.
Well, shit, because I'm going to have to clean all that up.
And while this conversation's going on, Sarah's just sitting there looking at you, and the look on her face is like, I wonder what's gonna happen here. Um, well, Hanley here is pretty much vouched for you, so, and since we don't really know what happened, uh, we don't need your statement right now because basically all you could tell us is what time you got there and what time you left. Because if you, if you claim you weren't involved in this thing, it happened after you left. But uh, we are going to do a department wide investigation because 8 cops don't die in one day without us doing an investigation.
Well, that makes sense.
And with the odd way that these 8 died, it's like, uh, yeah. So, uh, we may be calling on you again for an official statement at a later point when we are able to collect more evidence than we have now.
Understood.
So, um, I think from a previous thing, uh, maybe maybe the time that the werewolf was at your door, I think we have your contact information in the computer already. Um, but don't take any extended vacations or, you know, stay within contact range if necessary.
All right. That shouldn't be a problem.
And with that, he nods to Hanley and you and uh, says goodbye, and Hanley escorts him to the door. Once, once Hanley comes back, um, Sarah changes back into human form and looks at both of you and basically says, what in the world are we going to do with that?
Well, I guess we don't have to do anything until they get back to us. So hopefully it'll all, come out all right. In the meantime, I'm starving. I need some blood.
Hanley goes, well, I think I can help you out with that. And you turn and look at Kylie, and Kylie's like shell shocked. She's like, what? You know, because she hasn't been involved in it. Yeah. And she's like, what in the world did you get? What in the world did you guys get yourself into?
Oh, well, might have killed a few cops. Didn't really have any choice.
Uh, she's like, really? Uh, I'm surprised the clan reps aren't over here, because I'm sure they've heard of it by now.
Oh, probably. I mean, didn't have to ask their permission because I didn't turn any of them, but yeah, I'm sure they've heard.
Oh, I'm sure this was on the evening news. It's probably the headline of the evening news. And about that time, you do get a um, text message on your phone as Hanley excused himself to go get uh, goblets of blood for all of you. Uh, did you check your text message?
Of course.
It's actually the prince. He's like, at your earliest convenience, we need to talk to each other.
So I'll text back now. I'll ask him just me, or do you want Hanley on for there too?
Uh, well,
Yeah, want to go out? You want to go see Peggy? Okay, go back there.
he didn't want to stay very long.
No, he's probably thinking Sean has food out there.
Uh, well, yeah. If that's the case, food wins every time
Yeah,
until he gets there and there's no food. Like,
right.
but yeah. So if you hear him clawing on the door in the next 10 seconds, it's because Sean didn't have food.
Right.
Uh, and he texts back that you can bring Hanley along, but we have to come up with a solid plan of what to do because the cops are getting too itchy. Um, and then the last text is, uh, please talk to Hanley and let me know when you guys can come out.
We'll text back. All right. No, guess I'll after we text, I'll turn to Kylie and I'll be like, I'm gonna be kind of busy today, so I guess you should, after you have your blood, I guess you should head on home.
She says, well, I do have some computer work I need to do. Um, keep me up to date on what all this is, and uh, when things calm down a bit, maybe we can get back together.
But that would be great.
Mm.
We'll definitely let you know what's going on.
Um, and so, At this point, Hanley comes back in with what, 4 goblets of blood. Actually, 3. His, yours, and Kylie's. Uh, Sarah doesn't do that. So Hanley takes a sip after handing yours and goes, "So, what do you think we ought to do?"
Well, you and I need to go talk to the prince. I just got a text from him and he wanted, us to come over as soon as possible. So,
Well, this is going to be an interesting evening, apparently. And while you and Hanley are talking, um, Kylie and Sarah are just sort of playing on the floor. And Kylie finishes her got her blood and gives Sarah a hug and is like, "Well, I have to go home and go back to work now. So I'll see you again soon, hopefully." And she comes up to you, puts her arms around you, and kisses you. And it's like I said, keep me up to date when this calms down a little bit. We can set something up.
looking forward to that.
It's got to be more fun than what's going on.
Yeah.
So, and with that, she turns and walks out of the living room and out the front door. And uh, I've forgotten how she actually got there. Did she bring her car? Or did you bring her like the pickup truck or what?
I don't remember either.
Oh, in that case, we'll just say she brought her car with her and met you at Hanley's, and so she can hop in her car and head home. And you and Hanley sort of casually finish your blood, not being in any hurry to, head off to the prince's place. Because neither one of you are really sure what he's got in mind. And even in human form, Sarah sort of climbs up on your lap and is like, "So, what's going on today?"
Well, Hanley and I have to go talk to the prince for a while. I mean, you'll be all right here with the staff, I
Yeah.
guess,
And,
and the dogs.
yeah, I haven't went out and checked on them yet, so I should do that. Um, oh, hopefully it's nothing big and it won't take very long. And I will see you when you get back.
Yeah.
Uh, and now uh, I'm kind of hungry too, so I'm gonna go into the kitchen and see if I can get the chef to come up with something for me to eat. as, as I take things a little chunkier than you do these days. She's like,
True enough.
and she turns to Hanley and goes, "Hey, I know why vampires have to bite people all the time. Because if you didn't do it, you guys would forget how to chew. Because
Well,
you guys drink too much."
well, and it is sort of a thrill biting people too.
Right. Well, uh, werewolves have sort of permanent adrenaline, so when we tend to be pretty quick about uh, removing body parts. I guess you guys would have trouble doing that because then you could drink the blood off of it. But what would you do with a, you know, extra arm or whatever? You know, so, uh, so she wanders off to the kitchen to try and find food. Um, Hanley's like, well, when do you want to do this?
Well, I was going to say if you let me take a shower and change real quick, I'll be ready to go.
That works. Hmm. I'm gonna. Do you have the numbers, the personal numbers of the four cops that have been turned?
Not all of them. I think I got the number of one of them.
Well, if you can give me that all, I want to call him and talk to him because we can't have squads of police showing up at your door like that because that'll just cause us more problems.
Right. So I'll find that in my phone and give it to them.
And well, so while you're changing, showering and changing, he makes a couple phone calls. And uh, by the time you're dressed and ready to go, he's done and he's sitting in the kitchen waiting for you, sipping on his second cup of blood. Um, I talked to, I called the police person at the number you gave me and I talked to them and they can't take over this case because now there's actual like homicide detectives in charge, but they're gonna try and give us heads up before anything, before they plan to do anything major like they tried at your place. So we might have a little head start, if you know what I mean.
Great. Well, that'll help some, I'm sure.
Well, um, that's pretty much the extent of what they could do, because anything else, and they'd have their superiors would be wondering why.
Right.
And then now that you've met the chief of police, he'd have a real fun day if he found out that uh, there were vampires, but not only that, that some of them are uh, people
Right.
people he works with. The poor dude would have a heart attack and retire. So
As long as he don't find out I'm a vampire, it's all good. If he finds that out, I'm probably in trouble.
yeah, well, you want to take your truck or the limo?
Well, I guess we'll take the limo, show up in style, And once we're on the way, I'll text him that we're en route.
Yeah. Uh, I always like I can just see people that are downtown walking around by the police department. I can just see their expressions when the limo pulls up outside. They'll just think it's another human politician that got into trouble.
Right.
Uh,
Well, we're going to go meet the prince. We're not going to the police
oh
station.
yeah, they got off on the cop thing. The initially the chief of police did want you to come down.
Well, he said that he'll probably get in touch with me when they've got some more evidence or more to go on. So
Yeah.
we'll just let that sit for now and see what happens.
Hmm. I think I'm gonna make another quick call here and have a cleaning unit go through your apartment so there's no extra evidence for them to find.
Well, I appreciate that too. I don't think Marcie and I really want to be doing the cleaning.
In fact, what is Marcie doing now?
Well, she didn't really tell me that. I'm assuming she probably didn't want to hang out at the place all messed up like it is. She probably got a hotel room or something.
Um,
I mean, it sounds like she wasn't there either when the police chief showed up, so she
no,
must have gone somewhere.
no, no. How about on the way to the car, you give her a call and just so we know where she is,
Yeah, I'll
in,
do that.
in case the police try something else while we're gone. Because I don't think the chief of police was all that satisfied with uh, the little conversation earlier. So just covering our bases in case.
Yeah, good idea.
And mm, by the time he retired, he's gonna see werewolves every time he closes his eyes. And,
Yeah, well, not only him, I'm sure half the people in town are gonna be affected that way.
you know,
Especially the
special,
ones who've had relatives that got eaten by werewolves.
and you know, it's on the nightly news every night. So like, they're they're not letting people forget about it. So, uh, so he makes a quick call to the cleaning crew and tells them what happened and that they need to come over and sweep your apartment for evidence so the cops don't find it. He says, luckily, vampires don't leave fingerprints.
That is a good thing.
And while he's doing that, um, you call Marcie, and Marcie tells you that um, she's she stayed at her family's house last night um, because she's worried that one of her other relatives might catch whatever this is. Plus, she also wanted to help them guard in case the angry townspeople appeared like they did when Sarah took that guy's throat out for him.
Well, and I'll tell her, oh, yeah, as far as all that goes, if the cops show up, uh, we didn't have anything to do with that. I told them that must have happened after I left the house. So if they want to talk to you, could you, you know, say something that agrees with that?
Now, come up with something. And if they ask me where I was, I'll just tell them I was here.
Right.
Mm. And I want to find out what their progress is on how they're handling humans that aren't quite human anymore.
Well, Hanley and I are going to talk to the prince in a few minutes here, so maybe he'll have some insight on all that.
Uh, do you tell her that Hanley sent over a cleaning crew?
Oh yeah, I'll let her know that.
Uh,
Well, that's being taken care of. So
uh, she's like, well, when they're done, I'll go back home. But keep me up to date on what the prince tells you and what the
I
cops
will.
are doing in case we have to move quickly. You still staying over at Hanley's?
Yeah, I guess. I don't think Sarah's gonna let me leave yet.
Mhm. Yeah, you might have a little bit of a difficulty with that one.
Yeah.
Now I understand how dogs get attached to people. It's like, well, I guess it could have been worse. She could have been full grown. Go out on a date and find out your date's a werewolf. Like,
Right. That would be something.
yeah, like, she's like, I swear if we had a director and a producer, we could, where'd you go? Looks like we lost Robin here. uh, Probably either she hit a button or her computer did one of its mystery updates. There she is.
Sorry, closed the wrong tab again.
Okay.
It didn't crash this time.
Well, those were my two choices. Either you hit a wrong button or your computer did one of its mystery updates. Um, but, and if anything happens on my end, I'll give you a call and let you know. Is it turning into a mess?
Well, yeah. There's too many things going on all at once with this disease and the werewolves,
Yeah.
the cops.
Well, yeah. Hmm. But at least the public doesn't know about us quite yet.
No, I think they've got enough to worry about knowing about werewolves, honestly.
Surprised there hasn't been a mass exodus out of town yet. People haven't panicked and started running screaming yet. So
Not yet.
I think if they found out about us on top of everything else, they might.
Well, at least there's places they could head to. They could head to the Virginias or, Indiana, Ohio, someplace
Uh,
sort of in the middle of all them places. So,
well, they then they can assume they're safe always for a couple of days.
right.
Because the way this werewolf thing is spreading, you never know.
Right. And as far as we know, if they moved to the coast, then they'd have, God, there could be sea monsters for all we know.
Wouldn't that be interesting?
Yeah, running away from the werewolves, and they get eaten by a sea serpent.
It's
Well,
like people realize that all the things they had nightmares about were actually real. There'd be so many people in therapy, there wouldn't be enough therapists left.
right.
But,
Then to find out their therapist is a vampire.
yeah.
Well,
That'd be people be jumping out of high rise windows. But, yeah, well, Well, you two have fun with the prince. I hope he's not too bad of a mood.
Well, I can't see as he's going to be in a great mood without everything happening, and the feeling it might not be too happy with me for what happened to them cops. It kind of got in the way. He said we needed to talk, so, but
Well, I, and Marcie says, well, good luck and give me a call afterward and let me know how it goes.
I will.
Mm,
And, let me know if any of your relatives do come down with this shit, because that's a little
Yeah,
scary, the whole vampire sickness thing.
yeah, and especially what it apparently does if a normal human catches it.
Yeah, that's not too good either.
One thing we don't need is a town full of that, you know?
No, we don't even need one or two of that, not on top of everything else we got.
Right. Uh, So, yeah, we will talk afterwards and see where we go from here.
Okay, we'll be in touch.
And she hangs up, and Hanley is like, yeah, I don't know how this could get much worse than it actually is.
Well, let's hope it doesn't then. Are you ready to
Mm,
head over to the Princess place?
yeah, uh, depending on his mood, be ready to exit quickly.
Yep, noted. I will. Yeah, we'll run if we need to.
Right. So you guys uh, climb in the limo, and the driver uh, weaves her way through traffic. Being Saturday evening, there's a little more traffic than there normally is during the week. But for whatever reason, Hanley's chauffeur is fairly good at maneuvering the limo. And not too long, you get to the prince's uh, rather large, stately house. Um, the driver pulls the limo into the driveway. The two of you exit the car and walk up the path and the front steps to the porch. You, which one of you knocks or rings the doorbell?
Well, I guess I will, considering I'm the one that the prince, texted and wanted to talk to. So I guess I'll ring the doorbell.
You do that, and um, a medium set, maybe girl in her mid 30s opens the door. Hello, uh, Prince's residence. What can I do for you?
Well, the prince was expecting us. My name is Dee Dee.
Okay. Oh, okay. He did mention that he called you on the phone a bit ago. Um, come on in and I'll take you into the prince's study. He, I think he's actually clear right now. So, and so she escorts you guys in and closes the door. And you walk through the living room down a short but narrow hallway into a much larger room with a fireplace and a desk, and the walls are lined with books. And she she points to two other overstuffed easy chairs that are on opposite sides of the fireplace. You can have a seat there, and I will go and let the prince know that you're here. So she pretty quickly disappears, leaving you and Henley sitting next to the fireplace, which is actually on. I don't know if warmth registered with vampires or not, being that you are no longer alive, but for whatever reason, he started the fireplace. And
Well,
if
I would think if you're used to being cold, then warmth would definitely register.
I just wonder if something like a fireplace would have any actual effect or not. Whether you would still think that you were cold no matter what.
Oh,
uh, so, a few minutes later, the housekeeper walks back in and the prince is behind her. Uh, He pulled the chair that was in the back of the room up to the fireplace, basically placing it between the two of you, and comes in and sits down. He says, I called the two of you here because this is getting out of hand. Yeah. There are werewolves running around like crazy. There's cops dropping like flies. Not to mention some of the humanoid townspeople are beginning to panic.
well, I can't really blame them though.
No, but all it takes is one panicked townsperson to see one of us, and the vampire community could be in deep have serious problems.
Yeah, well, that's something we don't need. We've already got enough going on with this disease that's killing us off.
Eh, and we can't really, as easy as it would be, we can't really go off killing everybody that becomes a problem because we kill off half the population in this town.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
might not be such a bad thing when you think about it.
Well, it would cast too much light on us and what we do. And you should be especially not wanting that to happen because yeah, with the incident yesterday, and then you were the one that got permission to um, turn the four cops on the force. I think they would be somewhat angry at you if they were able to get a hold of you.
Well, I think if they were able to get a hold of me, they'd have their own trouble on their hands.
Well, yeah, but we have to do this sort of under the radar so that we can get our work done and not have to worry about police looking over our shoulder.
Well, that's the idea anyway. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Well, you're right about that. I just hope it doesn't come to that. Because if there was an incident between one of us and the police, you can guarantee that that would show up on the evening news.
Well, yeah, I imagine.
Um, Not to mention, people find out you're a vampire. I would I would think your YouTube channel would crash.
Well, maybe I get a whole new following of vampires and I could start making stuff I could actually eat.
How to make blood in 8 courses.
So you said in your text that we had to come up with a plan. You got any solid ideas for what you want, how you want us to go forward with all of this?
Well, as I told you the last time we spoke, I want you and Hanley to do some poking around and see if you can find out what the origin of this werewolf thing is. Um, because if we can eliminate that, we've eliminated the biggest problem we have.
Right, and the whole thing had to have only started with a small group of werewolves. You'd think, because that's usually how these things start.
Yeah.
So we have to figure out where and why they, kind of came into Kentucky.
Yeah. Uh, well, I will leave that to the two of you because I have to keep the governor off of our butts because he doesn't really understand what's going on here.
So you want us to stick with the werewolf thing? Yeah, you don't want us to do anything with the disease right now. You want to stick to the wolves?
Well, yeah, because the wolves are a more immediate threat. Because all the cops would have to do is get lucky enough to capture one, and it would no doubt start blabbing about vampires and shit. So, because um, most werewolves and vampires don't get along. So,
Right.
they'd be looking for an excuse to blame us for everything that's happened so far.
Well, I can understand that because I guess I've sort of done my share of blaming shit on werewolves.
Oh yeah, I, I saw the news. I saw the you know string of reporter vehicles sitting outside your house earlier this evening.
Well, not just that, but a while ago, Marcie and I, kind of made a feast of a bunch of drunk college kids and blame that on werewolves too. So,
Mm, well, that's easy to cover up, but when you take out a quarter of the police department at one time, that's a bit of a bigger problem to cover up.
well, I wasn't entirely lying anyway. One of them was a werewolf attack.
Well, oh yeah, saw the saw the marks on one of them, and the fact that it didn't look like he was all together. If you know what I mean. Mm,
So we'll see what happens with that. But in the meantime, we'll
and
see what's going on with the werewolves. I mean, figure out where they started and shit, I
and
bet you know what I think, it kind of turned to Hanley like, I have an idea of where we ought to start. Werewolves like food, right?
right.
Well, there's, you know, upstate a little, there's a whole bunch of, fancy ass horse breeders and shit. I bet you anything.
Well, it, it is Kentucky
And
after all.
them expensive horses probably make good eating as far as werewolves are concerned.
Possibly.
Might want to take a little trip up there and see if there's anything furry hanging around.
Oh, and by the way, having seen the video of what was shape your apartment was left in, um, I know what happened to 7 of them. How did the 8th one get all torn up like that?
Werewolf.
So, while you were solving this problem, uh, there was a werewolf wandering around in your apartment.
Well, yeah, she came on over with me. She's kind of a friend.
Because I don't think the prince has he's heard about Sarah, but they've never met each other.
Right. She's Hanley's uh I don't know, foster daughter, I guess.
Oh, that'll make for an interesting twist. Hmm. I can just see her, you know, five, 6 years from now, wanting to go to prom or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they let werewolves into prom. Sorry.
Try to get a prom dress for that. Like,
I mean, if Aunt Carrie made a mess at the prom, shit, the
right,
werewolves would
yeah.
be worse.
That was just a joke in a movie. That's the last thing the Louisville Police Department has. They have enough problems on prom night anyway. Like,
And what you really don't want is the werewolf getting into some booze and you have a drunk werewolf running around
God,
town. That would be a drunk
that'd be.
teenage werewolf. Oh, hell no.
She randomly, with no control, switches back and forth from uh, human to werewolf form all night. As she gets drunker, it happens more often. And
Think
then,
she'd get herself kicked out of prom to slow down.
yeah.
Probably arrested.
I don't think the popular girls are going to mess with her more than once after that. uh, yeah, that could be a problem.
Now that she's only 10, and as you can see, she's got some good teeth on her as it is.
Right, yeah. Somebody try to bully Sarah, they're in big trouble.
Yeah, or me or Hanley for that matter.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
Oh shit, can you imagine if someone came at me, she'd be all over them.
Oh, yeah. Uh, you got adopted by the world's best bodyguard. It's like
Right?
anybody comes near you and they become a werewolf kibble.
You're right. Plus, if I ever get myself hurt real bad, I have a service dog to help me out.
Yeah, right. Well, vampires heal fairly quickly.
Right. Well, I mean, if something catastrophic happens.
Yeah. So, yeah, you guys head out to wherever these horse farms are. I know of this stuff that, like the Kentucky Derby and all that happens in the area, but I'm not real fluent on where the farms are for
Well,
that.
neither am I. I don't have that kind of money to be doing all that stuff with horses, but I guess we could look at the phone book at least.
I have that kind of money, but I have other interests that are more important.
Besides, them horsey people are all full of themselves anyway. Wouldn't mind turning a couple of them just to see how they deal with it.
You'd find some dead expensive horses, how they deal with it, especially initially when they found out they couldn't eat real food anymore. That's always what convinces them because they're like, oh, we're not vampires.
Right.
Then you set a bowl of beef stew in front of them. They try to eat it and almost kill themselves.
Well, imagine how hard it was for me, man. I'm a chef.
Yeah, yeah.
That one was not the lesson easily learned.
Yeah, I myself don't. I've watched your show a time or two. I don't really get the necessity of it, but yeah, eh, just because we don't eat that way anymore. So. But I guess it keeps the humanoids entertained. So.
Right.
And it's a good cover for you, actually. You could fake you're human, and then, when they ask you about it, you can tell them about the YouTube show.
Right.
You know? But were you guys thinking of heading out there today, or?
Well, I think we need to do some research first, and like I said, go through the phone book, see exactly where all these things, all these ranches and horse farms and shit are. So,
Uh,
I guess we'll spend the rest of the night,
yeah,
figuring it out, making a plan, and we'll head out tomorrow night.
that sounds good. We can hope that nothing else happens between now and then.
Right.
I've got to go keep the mayor from having a stroke. So,
Yeah, well, human mayors tend to have strokes pretty pretty easily. They've got all that, all the stuff they have to keep under control. Right now, nothing's really under control. So yeah, the
no.
mayor's probably sweating.
So, I will have my housekeeper show you back to your vehicle and uh, definitely give me a call tomorrow when you guys go do that. Let me know if you found anything.
All right. I imagine werewolf, you know, doings are a little hard to hide. So if anything, if there was any werewolves around, or if there are any, they'd probably be pretty easy to find.
Uh, you guys probably wouldn't have any problem smelling them if they were anywhere near. And you remember that when you went hunting with your stalker friend, it wasn't real hard to track a werewolf by scent. So you're almost as good at it as they are. So, yeah, hopefully, I'm just afraid that there might be more of them out there than we can handle.
Well, I'm hoping not. I see what you're saying, though. Yeah, I mean, we know there's got to be more now than there started with. So
Because there's been close to a half a dozen of them wandering around town the last few months. So,
Right.
luckily, they've been keeping the media and the police department busy so that they don't focus as much on us.
Right. Well, they don't even know where we're at. Well, I mean, yet, considering that four of them are cops, I'm surprised they don't know about us. I mean, luckily those four seem to be keeping themselves under, you know, under the radar.
Yeah, no, I think they've finally got the hang of what they're doing. Which initially they weren't sure how to be vampires and blend in.
Right.
The fact that we haven't seen their pictures on the news has been a good thing.
And I will say it seems to come in handy to have some of them on the force. So,
Yeah, we might not have had this last recent incident at your apartment had they been the ones that were there.
true.
Cops don't usually arrest people in groups like that. There's something weird about that itself. Yeah,
Yeah, eight of them showed up. I mean,
right.
don't even know what that was about.
Yeah, it's like,
Unless they, oh God, I hope they don't. Unless they suspect that I am what I am, but I wouldn't think so.
no, but I'll bet the whole werewolf dying on your porch probably.
Oh no, werewolf didn't die. It killed
Or,
somebody.
oh, well, yeah. But the claw marks on your door and
Yeah,
um,
I
I
wasn't too
would,
happy about that myself, honestly.
uh, I would venture to bet you are what they call a person of interest, and especially now after their group of cops came to your door and none of them came back.
Well, I ain't that interested. I'm not even a vampire or nothing.
Because uh, they'll just blame it on the werewolves.
So yeah,
And
we'll figure out this whole werewolf thing
mm,
and what we're gonna do
mm,
tonight. We'll have to figure out, are we gonna leave Sarah with Hanley's staff while we're off driving around upstate and everything?
Hanley turns and says, you know what, Sarah might be useful.
I was sort of thinking that myself.
She might be able to sniff them out even better than we can.
Right, and maybe they'd be more willing to talk to her if she was the one asking them questions.
Yeah, of course, we'll have to talk to her about whether she's willing to do that because
Right.
that could turn out to be a dangerous proposition depending on uh, the werewolf's mood
And
if we
hopefully
find
we'll
any.
be hopefully we'll be able to keep her from attacking horses too, because we don't want we don't want a bunch of angry horse owners on us on top of everything else.
Well, I say before we do this trip, all of us uh, have our fill of food so none of us is tempted to do anything once we're out there. Because, you know, I've had animal blood. It's not as good as humans, but who knows? Really expensive thoroughbred horse blood might be, you know, semi-decent for all I know.
Can't say I've ever done the animal blood thing myself.
You do what you have to when it's the only choice you got.
I guess.
Yeah. Um, and Hanley says for a short period of time I need to stop at the strip club and check in and make sure things are going as they should be. That should only take a few minutes on our way back.
All right. I'll call both Marcie and Kylie and let them know what we're planning. We're planning on heading out for a few days,
Yeah.
and like you said, when we get back, we need to talk to Sarah and see what she thinks about
Yeah.
coming with us.
Right. Yeah. Um, the Burns is like, I appreciate that you're willing to do this. I know it could get a little dangerous because we don't really know what's out there.
Well, and anytime you're talking werewolves, there's a chance of it getting dangerous. I mean, you've seen their teeth, right?
Oh, I've been Prince for long enough that I've dealt with a werewolf or two in my day.
Ever have an infestation of them like we've got now? Or is this a new thing?
Not in a major human city, no. They tend to stay outside the city. Uh, if there is a pack involved, they tend to stay to themselves unless triggered by something, which makes me think that this is a fairly large one. And one of the main questions is, why did they pick here? And why did they decide to risk being discovered by running around in a large city?
Well, not only running around and risking being discovered, but they've been actively attacking people.
Right, right, which isn't normal for them. Why did they let the guy with the camera footage live? Because if it weren't for the guy with the camera footage, they could have just blown it off like, oh, it's another crackpot thinking there's werewolves around, until that guy got the camera footage. And then now people are like,
Now
it's
people
not
know there's werewolves around.
it's not a horror movie. Yeah. So something is really odd about this. The werewolves aren't acting the way they normally do.
Right.
They're
So
acting
we'll do what we can to help. I mean, hopefully we'll find something.
they're acting a whole lot more aggressive. So you guys need to be careful if you do run across where they are. And with that, he stands up and uh, says, I have a video meeting with the mayor in 10 minutes. So uh, I will have my housekeeper show you to the door. And like I said, however the search ends up tomorrow night, let me know.
We'll be in touch, all right.
And so the housekeeper escorts you to the door. In fact, they escort you to the car door and open the doors on the vehicle for you and everything. And so it only takes you 15-20 minutes to get back to Hanley's place. And you see Hanley sitting in a very nicely made antique looking rocking chair on the porch.
Hanley's with them.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It's instead of it being Hanley, it's one of the staff at the house. Because they're sitting there watching Sarah and the dogs chase each other and roll around and play in the front yard. And they're, yeah, making sure that Sarah's safe, even though that she could, her and her dogs could just about handle anything that
Right.
wandered up in the yard, but they're just sitting there watching them play. When the limo pulls back up and pulls into the driveway and you and Hanley get out, and the driver tells Hanley that he will uh, park the limo in the warehouse and have it washed. Um, then at that point, Hanley turns to you and says, if we're going to go out into the Kentucky um, wilderness isn't the right word because it's uh, countryside. We should probably take your truck
Well, yeah, of course. That would make the most sense.
just so we look somewhat normal. Because if even the thoroughbred horse farms owners saw a limo driving around, they'd be somewhat suspicious.
Right. I mean, even though all of them are richer than any of us put together, except for maybe you and, you know, the, actually, probably even our reps aren't that rich, I wouldn't think. Except for maybe you then.
Now, so wouldn't see them.
You're breaking up. Can't hear you.
Yeah, StreamYard apparently. Um, but even these guys, with all the money they have, they drive around in pickup trucks because they have to haul horse trailers and stuff like that. So we would look closer to normal if we
Yeah.
took your pickup truck.
Besides, stuff we be driving through, you don't want all that on your limo anyway.
Uh,
Dirt and
Plus,
dust and horse shit and everything.
yeah, it's like, so the staff cleans the limo and the next day you take it out in the country and they're like, "Rah, rah." They're like, I just watched that damn thing, don't do that. Uh, and Sarah will look more natural in a pickup truck. She would be hopping out of the door of a limo. Uh,
And hell, she could just, sit by the window with her head hanging out and all.
right. Yeah. She looked more normal, which is what she probably will actually do. It's like,
I wouldn't doubt it if even a little bit.
because all dogs do if they get the chance. So, um, Sarah sees you guys get out of the limo and you're standing there talking, and she charges for you and basically stops right before she goes headlong into the back of your knee, and and then changes back into human form, and the dogs just sort of stare at her. It's like,
They're like, what the hell?
yeah. And she's
They're
like,
thinking I can't do that.
yeah. It's like, why can't we do that? Or they're like, why did she suddenly look weird? um, she's like, so what did you guys figure out, if anything?
Well, why don't we all go inside and have a talk? Because we might be taking a trip, tomorrow night, and we'll see how you feel about coming along with us. So we'll explain everything to you.
Okay, uh, let me get the other dogs situated in their spots, and uh, it's probably about time that I'll let the staff know that it's time for them to be fed, and then we can discuss things. Yeah. And it is absolutely amazing because in whatever form she's in, she just looks at them and they do what she wants because she can telepathically communicate with them and they just do what she wants. And so she follows you into the house. She stops at the kitchen and tells one of the staff that the dogs are set up to be fed. So they nod and start doing that. And then um, she comes and finds you guys. And I assume you're just like sitting in the living room or, you know.
Yeah, see what I can do about getting some blood. Could use a little something.
All you've got to do is mention it to Hanley. Uh, he actually says I'll be right back and heads down to the quote wine cellar and comes back up with a bottle of the blood type that you like. So that should last us the evening.
Thank you.
Uh,
Some of that.
And so, as I was saying, Sarah eventually comes and finds you and plops down on the sofa right next to you.
So we'll tell her what we're thinking of doing, and see if she wants to be our werewolf liaison.
So, what you're saying is you want me to help you track these things, huh?
Help us track them, and well, I was thinking maybe they'd be more willing to talk to one of their own kind if you wanted to. I mean, we'd be right there with you, but if you wanted to be the one to ask them some
Mm.
questions about, when they showed up and all that.
Well, I can do that, but I want you to know that werewolves are pack specific. So
Well, I imagine wolves are, so yeah.
if you're not one of the ones in their pack, they're a lot less likely to want to talk to you.
It's worth a
But
try, though. And I mean, if they don't want
but
to talk to you, we can make them talk to us, that's for sure.
well, not to be mean or anything, but I can tell you now that if you two walked up there, they wouldn't want to talk to you. Um, but if there are, if we find any, um, I'd be willing to try and talk to them.
All right, well, good enough. Uh, so we were thinking tonight we need to, because I'm not too familiar with the area these fancy horse people live in, to figure out kind of where we're heading to. So
Mm,
guess we should, do some research on the computer, look at maps, that sort of
mm.
thing.
Oh, Hanley's like, oh, I wonder what'll happen if you type, Kentucky horse farm into Google. And
Right, well, that's, I think, the best place to start.
yeah, or horse farm, thoroughbred horse farms in the Louisville vicinity.
I'm sure there's more than a few
Oh
few
yeah.
scattered around. We're probably going to have, the next couple days full
Well,
nights rather.
yeah, thoroughbred horse racing is big around here. It's amazing how much money the um, Kentucky Derby and all the training races for that bring into the state. So yeah, they're
And I was thinking before we start sniffing around for werewolves, so to speak, maybe we ought to talk to some of the ranchers and horsey people and see if any of them have lost horses to wild animals or anything. And if they say no,
Yeah,
then we know we're. If they say no, then we know we're in the barking up the wrong
right.
tree. If they say yes and it's all weird and stuff, then
Yeah,
then we can start looking around.
right. We don't want to be wasting our time or theirs.
Because I
So,
imagine if there are a bunch of werewolves in that area, I can almost guarantee at least one horse has been taken down
oh yeah,
or at least messed with.
I would as Hanley says, I would assume that's the whole reason that if they are in the area, yeah, that's some pretty expensive but readily available food for them.
Right.
So,
And I mean, for probably a couple days too, because I can't imagine even a pack of werewolves eating a whole horse in one sitting. Although I look at Sarah and I'm like, although I have seen you eat, so
she she smiled and says that purely depends on how many of them there are. If there's like a dozen of them, it's like, yeah, they'd take a horse down in one day. Uh, but if it's a smaller group of like three or four, but Sarah's like, if there was only three or four of them, I wouldn't have expected, yeah, them to come into the city like they have.
right. And well, we know there's a lot more than 3 or 4 now, so
Yeah, because there's at least half a dozen in the city. So I
oh,
think I think we are dealing with a decent sized group.
so yeah, like I said, I think we ought to start by questioning some of the horse ranchers.
Yeah,
Have to figure out a good cover story because they're probably going to wonder why 3 people who aren't in the horsey set are asking
right.
questions like that. So
We
to
we
figure
don't look
that out,
we don't look like we belong there.
no.
And if we did,
Maybe we can pose as animal control officers and say we've heard something about wolves or wild animals bothering people or pets or something, and ask if they had any trouble with the horses.
that could be.
I bet uh, Janice and Corvus could probably whip us up some reasonable looking animal control officer type outfits.
And proper badges and such.
Right.
Um, the thing is, if we're doing this tomorrow night, there's not a lot of time for them to come up with that.
Well,
Uh,
maybe we could throw something together ourselves. Who knows?
well, what we might do, which would be even more sensible, is to dress up like, you know, wealthy rancher type people and say that we're in the area looking to see if there are any thoroughbred farms for sale because we're looking to move into that business.
Right. And then we can say we're, wondering if it's safe, if there any problems with things like, people, poachers or people
Right.
stealing horses or wild animals, anything like that. Oh, oh, get this. We could
What?
pose as a family.
Mm,
We're married and she's our little girl.
yeah. And you say that, you look down at Sarah and you see this really big smile on her face. It's like, I like that idea. Yeah,
I mean, it would lend some, air of credibility, wouldn't it?
right.
Of course, we ain't traveling with any horses. They might kind of wonder about that. But
Well, no, we just tell them that we're looking for the right farm to buy, and if we're if we find one we like, we'll have our horses transported once we do all the paperwork and all that.
there we go.
Because we can't have horses around if we don't have the space for them. So we
Well,
gotta
I'm
buy
sure
the.
there's people that travel with horse trailers and all, but
Well, we can we can tell them that the farm we're selling hasn't sold yet, so the horses are still there because we decided that it would be better to have the place where they were gonna move to before we uh, made them all nervous and uprooted them and all that. Because
right. The horses
thoroughbred
do get nervous.
thoroughbred horses are high strung, more so than your average horse. So that you know,
So I imagine then if there were any issues with werewolves, people would know about it because their horses would be going all
oh
crazy
yeah,
and all.
yeah. Uh, we just have to tell them that we're just concerned about. We've heard stories about horses being attacked by wolves or whatever.
Right, wild animals, maybe wolves.
Yeah,
There's things. There's forests around here.
yeah. So I think that'll work. So, but I need to pop over to the strip club for a little bit and make sure everything's okay, and let them know that I might be unavailable for a couple of nights because of this little trip.
All right, I'll get on Google and say where we're going, and then I'll let Marce and Kylie know what our plans are.
Yeah,
You know, we should probably let Corvus and Janice know too.
yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea. In case we need backup for something at some point.
Right. I mean, if we run into some trouble, at least they know where we're heading to.
And now, in the next few nights, in the next 2 or 3 nights, do you have a show that would normally be scheduled?
Well, yeah, but guess that could be put off. I mean, I could, make a little announcement on YouTube saying something's come up, and I'm not going to be able to record for a few days.
Yeah. So, actually, you might tell Marcie to do that
Well, yeah, she's my tech gal. She can do that. I'll let her know when I give her a call.
because you don't want to lose any of your followers.
Right.
And
Hey, I could even have her, rerun one of my older episodes.
Well, yeah, that's true. You get on, have her get on, make her a little statement that you're going to be busy for the weekend, and yeah. In lieu of a new episode, uh, your it's Melody calling.
Mhm.
I will pick that up later.
Okay.
She should know we're in the middle of a game. Uh,
I assumed it was either her or your brother because he has a great timing of when to call too.
yeah, well, it's it'd be almost 11 there.
Oh,
He's
okay.
he's unconscious.
Oh, okay.
um, and so you, you make um, Hanley goes off to the strip club, and you start calling various people, and Sarah just sort of hangs out near you until you're done. And then she's like, this could get kind of ugly if things go wrong.
Well, I imagine, but things are getting kind of ugly as it is. So,
Yeah.
okay. You went back in. What? You can stay in here now? Okay, wait.
And she's like, I just don't want the two of you to get hurt messing with a pack full of werewolves.
Yeah, well, I don't really want that myself. And if things get too nasty, we'll get out of there if we can.
Mm,
I'm not gonna. My intention is definitely not to fight a werewolf pack. If we can
mm.
avoid that,
There would have to be a lot more of you if you were going to do a lot more than two of you if you were going to do that.
yeah, that's not. Hoping that doesn't come to that, because no.
So,
I mean,
there,
shit, if it comes to it, I guess we could steal one of those fancy ass horses ourselves and give it to the werewolves as as a peace offering.
yeah, that could get you in human trouble. You don't want. Uh, but so we're gonna get up tomorrow night and just head out, or that
I
the
think,
general
I
plan.
think that's the general plan, yeah.
Um, um, so you find out that most of the horse farms are north of Louisville, uh, more into a more rural area, and you find out that there's only like half a dozen of them. The horse breeding is a fairly close knit group, so there aren't a lot of them. And you're thinking if things go pretty well and that you don't run into any major werewolf problems and the people are cooperative, that this might not take all that long. But um, um, just after you hop off the computer, you see Sarah uh, literally put her head up like she's sniffing the air, and then you see her run to the window. She says, "There's something strange going on outside. The dogs are all hyper."
That while we'll go to the window to look out and see what's going on.
Give me uh, give me a uh, intelligence and wits roll to see if you can figure out what's going on.
Okay, that is one success.
So you get the sense that there's definitely somebody in the yard. What do you want to do?
Are any of Hanley's staff around? I can have them, someone go out and see who's standing there, or have them open the door
Yeah,
and call, see who's there.
yeah. Um, you can get one of the chef staff out of the kitchen to go out
I'll
and
do that.
check. Comes back in and says, um, "There's somebody who looks in not great condition uh, on their hands and knees out in the front yard. They look ill."
Could you tell if it's a vampire or a human, or
Uh, couldn't, well, it's dark out, so I couldn't really tell by skin color. But, and I asked them what they needed, and I couldn't hear the response. I would, if you're gonna go out and check, I would be careful if I were you.
I wasn't really thinking of doing that, but I think I'll text Hanley and let him know that something's going on. And actually, maybe I'll just call him.
Yeah. Uh, so you call him and there's a bunch of noise. It's a strip club. And he's like, yeah. Um,
Uh, there's someone in your yard that sent one of your staff members out. And he says that this person's not doing too well. Don't know what's wrong with him. Don't know if he's a vampire or human, but apparently he's sick or something. Hoping it's not one of them humans that's got this thing and they're gonna go all crazy. But just be careful when you get home. That's all I'm
yeah.
saying.
Yeah, um, I'll leave now. I've checked on things and things seem to be all right. Um, so I'll be back a few minutes.
All right, just well, watch yourself, just in case it's
Yeah.
dangerous.
Um, hopefully they'll still be there when I get there. Um, with that, he hangs up the phone. Um, okay. Um, and about 15, 20 minutes later, you see the limo pull up in the driveway. Um, a couple of minutes after that, you hear um, Hanley yell that you need to come outside.
Okay, I'll tell Sarah to stay put in the house, and I'll go on outside.
And you do that, and you come out. Her Hanley is about, well, he's basically in between the limo and that's in the driveway and the person who's on their knees in the yard. Um, when you go out, the automatic uh, porch lights come on, and they pretty much light up the front yard. Um, give me a resolve and composure roll.
That is 2 successes. There's actually 3, but I got a 1, so 2 successes.
Because when the lights come on, when you walk out to the edge of the porch, you see the person in the front yard, and they're still on their hands and knees, and they don't look well at all. In fact, give me wits and a wits and intelligence roll to see if you recognize who this person is.
1 success.
You definitely recognize this person is. It's Marcie. You have never seen her in anywhere near the type of condition she's in currently.
I'm not gonna go right up to her because I'm not sure what's going on. Well, I'm gonna definitely ask Marcie what's happened. What's going on?
She struggles to look up at you. She struggles to raise her head, and she tries to talk to you, but the only thing she can muster is a whisper. And she says, because she's been at her family's house, and um, she says, very labored and very whispery, she's like, when I got there earlier today, they were all dead. All of them. And I frantically spent the evening trying to figure out what to do. And then, right before I left, I started getting sick myself. I felt dizzy and nauseous, and um, I was able to drive long enough to get from there to here. But when I went to get out of the car, and I, I passed out, and I don't think I was out long, but this is as far as I've been able to get.
Hanley, you've got you know doctors, don't you? Vampire doctors. You can get someone out here quick, can't you?
I can get the same person that I called when my staff member became ill.
I mean, I don't know what it's going to do, but we know the thing's fatal. But I
But
mean, maybe they could, at least make her comfortable. And
the thing is, you've got to remember my staff member didn't make it either.
Oh, I know. I haven't been her uncle or the apparently any of her family. I mean, I don't know
Uh,
any other alternatives. We're not going to just leave her here until the sun
n-
comes up, are
well,
we?
no. I will get her inside, but and I will call the doctor. But we also have to let people know about the rest of her family in that house because if they're all dead, we've got to find out what this is because it's spreading quicker than we had ever thought about.
Well, like, should we call the prince or should I call Corvus?
Um, Corvus first, and then let uh, him worry about calling the prince.
That's
Um,
that makes sense. So,
and
uh, do you need help getting her inside, or do you want to do that and I'll call Corvus?
I think I can pick her up. So you go call Corvus, and I'll get her eh, into one of the guest rooms in the house.
All right.
So he picks her up and literally carries her into the house. When he picks her up, she goes completely limp and is just laying there in his arms as he takes her into the house. And,
Well, I'll get on the phone and call Corvus and tell him what just happened and tell him about Marcie's family. And I don't know, he probably doesn't have directions to her place, so I'll give them to him because,
right,
you know, Marcie and I share that sort of information, so I know where folks live.
yeah.
So
He's
I'll
like,
let him know all that and ask him to to talk to the prince if he thinks it's necessary.
he says, yeah, I'll definitely talk to the prince as soon as I get off the phone with you. Uh, I will have a cleanup crew go out there, uh, pick up the bodies, and basically scour the house for any information that might help us figure this out. Uh, we cannot let this get out because even if we say they were normal humans, if an entire household is dead, that's going to panic the human population even more than they
Right.
already are.
We don't need that on top of everything. And as vampires, we definitely don't need this shit.
Right.
I mean, I'm assuming that we ought to stay away from her as much as possible ourselves once we get her settled in and all.
Yeah. Um, if she is lucid enough to think about it, uh, within the next couple of days, we need to get her permission to do an examination of one of her relatives to see if we can in any way figure out what this is.
All right. Well, like I said, we should probably stay away from her, but we've got a doctor coming out, so I could ask him to ask her about that.
Right. Well, I wasn't, I was hoping that she recovers a little. So then,
I hope so. She's not looking too good. Seems to,
because
and I don't know if this is something or not, but it sure seemed to come on awfully fast, like more than it has been previously, I think. Like it's mutating or
yeah,
something.
yeah. You remember the, you know,
Her uncle was sick for days before he died.
right, and it was only him. It wasn't the rest of the family.
Right. And I mean, Hamley's staff member again, it was days. He didn't just, get sick like that.
Right. So this is getting worse.
Sounds like it.
Um, Corvus is like, I don't know what's worse, the werewolf thing or this, whatever this is.
I don't know, but all I know is if vampires and humans can get this, oh my God, what'll happen if a werewolf gets sick with it?
Oh,
That's not something I want to think about, but it just occurred to me. If
yeah.
humans can get it, maybe werewolves can too, and maybe it would affect them
He's
in some weird way.
he's like, I wish you hadn't just thought about that.
Well, me
Uh,
too, trust
yeah.
me.
Oh, he's like the the thought of a virus mutated werewolf fighting a uh, mutated human does not uh, make me happy at all.
No, considering it makes humans extra violent, unfortunately, it doesn't seem to do anything to vampires but kill them.
Uh, yeah, but we don't even know what it would do to a werewolf.
No, hell, maybe it'll keep him from changing. Maybe he'd be stuck as humans.
What if it made, what if it, since werewolves are based as humans, what if it did the same thing to them that it did to humans?
Oh, well, then we might as well just set off the nukes and
Yeah,
start World War III.
it's like super violent werewolf. Like,
No thanks.
yeah, I don't even want to think about that either. Um, so, but let me get off here and I'll go talk to the prince. And after the prince is done screaming, I'll call a cleanup crew.
All right. Thank you.
And uh, he ends the phone call, and Hanley, about that time, Hanley walks out of the guest room. And he's like, I just don't understand this. Because it didn't do this to my staff member. They looked normal the entire time. It didn't do this.
You got the doctor coming out.
Yeah, I made the phone call. He said he'd be here as soon as he could.
All right. I hope, well, I hope he's got something to tend to when he gets here.
Yeah, but I'm honestly, I'm thinking he's as much in the dark as everybody else is.
Right, but like I said, my main concern right now is just keeping her as comfortable as possible because
Well,
I don't want to sound fatalistic, but I know there's not much of a chance that she's gonna, you know.
well, no, maybe, hopefully, she can survive long enough that we can do some tests on one of her relatives and
Right, that's what Hanley, or that's what Curtis was saying, and I guess we ought to ask the doctor to ask her if she'll consent to that. No, I don't think you and I should be spending a whole lot of time around her, honestly, because it is quite communicable, apparently.
yeah,
I mean, we've already been exposed, but I'm hoping not much.
right. Um, yeah, I'll have the doctor ask her that before he does anything to her. I'm sort of thinking he just might keep her knocked out.
Right.
So I'll have him ask her about that before he does that. So has so what did Corvus say?
He's going to talk to the prince, and then he's going to have a cleanup crew go over to Marcie's family's house and take care of all that. He said, we really don't want this getting out because, if the humans get wind of, a possible pandemic, there's going to be widespread panic everywhere, and that's not a good thing. And it's not a good thing
Well,
for us vampires either.
there's enough panic over the werewolf thing now. It's like,
Right, and my with my big mouth, I brought up the possibility of what could happen if a werewolf caught this shit. Corvus wasn't too happy. I thought about that.
no. Uh, cause actually, Sarah hears you say that and comes over and like grabs your leg and is like, she's in human form at this point. And she goes, I, whatever that was, I don't want any part of that.
Yeah, no, none of us do, honey. None of us want any part of this. And I look
Uh,
at Hanley, and I'm like, I pull myself another B negative. I'm like, so you got anything I could spike this with? Yeah, like bourbon or something. I could use a couple of shots in this thing.
well, I do have, there's, you know, alcohol in the kitchen that my staff uses for cooking, but I'm sure they could find something.
I'm gonna go see if they can. I'll take the
And,
glass of blood in there.
well, they would have to bring the blood out of the
Well, he
kitchen
brought up
area
a
anyway.
well he brought up a bottle from the bait or from the
Well, well, yeah, that's true. I was just
so I'll just bring a
wondering if
glass of
you'd,
blood. I'll just bring a glass of blood into the, into the kitchen.
because I was just wondering whether you guys downed that bottle or not
Oh no, I just
already.
poured myself another glass from it.
Okay, so so you take it into the kitchen, and the chef is like, because he hasn't formally met you, and he's like, "What can I do for you?"
Well, if y'all got any bourbon back here, I could use a double shot in my blood here.
I can look in the bar cabinet and see what we've got.
Because I imagine if you do any entertaining of humans at all, you'd have some.
Well, and it is somewhat funny to see a vampire get blasted every once in a while and staggered around, and because they don't know how to handle it. Yeah. Um, I do have enough bourbon to give you a couple of shots in your drink if you'd like.
No,
And
I would appreciate it.
he reaches into the bar cabinet and pulls out a bottle of bourbon and that's about 3/4 full and uh, measures out a couple of shots and pours it into your goblet of blood. You, if you haven't had alcohol in a while, be careful with that.
Yeah, they better be careful with me. That's all I can say.
Well,
It's been a minute. It has been a minute, I gotta say.
have you drank since you were turned into a vampire?
Once got
How'd
a
that
little wasted. Well, I got kind of wasted actually. I fed off of three really drunk people. So
Well, that's doing it the hard way. Uh, this will hit you a little quicker than that. So I just find a comfy chair or something. uh,
I will do that.
uh, and so you turn around and head out of the kitchen and walk back into the living room. Um, Hanley's holding Sarah. Hanley's like, well, did you find what you were looking for?
I did. Now according to the chef, I just need to find a comfy chair.
Mm. Well, there's a nice recliner over there by the fireplace.
That'll do her.
Mm. So what? I wonder if we should still do what we were planning on doing tomorrow.
Well, I guess that depends on whether or not Marcie's still with us. If she is, then maybe we'll put it off, and if she's gone, well, then we go.
Well, you see, even if she is, I don't know that we could be a whole lot of help.
No, but I'd like to be here.
Mm.
I mean, she's like you knew she's my aunt, right? We
What?
ever tell you? You know she's my aunt, right? We told you that.
Right. Yeah.
I'd like to be here.
Right. And I would think that the werewolf issue isn't going anywhere.
No, and if the werewolves did originate upstate, then that'll be the case. Whenever we go up there, we'll just find it out a little later.
Right. And right now, from a vampire point of view, whatever this is more important.
Oh well, yeah, exactly. And I don't think I'm in any emotional state to be dealing with horsey people right now, anyway.
Oh, I told the cleanup crew to um, let me know when they get back to their facility with the bodies. Uh, and about while you guys are having this uh, conversation, Sarah lifts her head and sniffs the air and says, "Somebody's on the porch."
Oh, I'm thinking, oh God, more trouble, and I just like down the drink.
He's like, Hanley walks over to the door while still carrying Sarah and opens the door, and it's the doctor. And Hanley's like, glad you made it so quick. The patient is in the second guest room on the left side of the hallway over there. Might want to put any protective gear you've got on before you go in there. And the doc is like, what in the world happened?
Well, she's got this thing that's going around. This disease of killing vampires.
Is it the same thing that Hanley's staff member had?
It is, but it seems like it's progressing a bit more quick, a little more quickly. It's kind of
That that's not good.
no. It's like it's escalated or mutated or whatever diseases do.
Yeah. Um, he's like, I'll go back out to my truck and get my protective gear. I'll be right
Vampires travel
back.
with vampires travel with PPE.
Yep. Cause, cause you end up with this sick vampire. You don't know what they've got. So they're like, no. And and especially since he's the doctor that tried to treat the Hanley staff member. The when you told him it was the same, pretty much looked like the same thing, he was like, "Oh no, I'm not this too." Yeah,
So when he comes back, I'll mention to him that if she's in any state to be asked anything, to ask her if she'd be all right with us, doing some experiments on one of her family members that passed away, just to see
yeah,
see if we can try to figure this out, because
right. Well, if she's conscious enough, I'll ask her about that.
thank you. And if she's not, we could go ahead and do it anyway. It's easier to ask for forgiveness and permission sometimes, right?
Well,
I mean, it's for the greater good. We're trying to figure out what the hell this is.
if she's not conscious, there's a chance she won't be. So if yeah, and this, I would call this an emergency as far as vampires go. If you know, we tell the cleanup crew to try and figure this out. If sh if Marcie lives and gets all upset about it, then we can deal with that. But
Right. Yeah. I can deal with that. I mean, I could probably calm her down and let her know
uh,
that hell, This
It's
was
like,
important. This is we're trying to figure this out. And anything we can do, we're going to do.
well,
Cause
basically all you got to do is tell her how you found her, and then Hanley's like, we can pretty much prove to her that this almost killed her too. So,
right, well, yeah, we don't even know if she knows exactly what's going on or
mm,
right now. I mean, she didn't
right,
seem too great. She could
right,
be delusional. She could, I mean, for all we know, she could be burning up with fever. So,
yeah. Hanley's like, I didn't even check that. I just put her into bed and left it at that.
right, well, he's the doctor. He ought to be able to do all that.
Right. And if we can, we need to get a hold of anybody else she came in contact with.
As far as I know, she went straight to her family. So,
Uh, that's helpful. That limits the number of possible patients. Uh,
right, and I haven't seen her tonight except for just now when she showed up in the yard. I mean, so and I didn't go close to her. I mean, you carried her in there, so
no,
you're probably more at risk.
yeah, no. Hanley's like, there's no way of telling.
Of course, your staff member was sick and you never caught it, so
Right.
who knows?
Yeah. I think the reason she may have is that she was exposed when her uncle had it, and then she was exposed again when she showed up today and there was a house full of it.
Right. Oh, this we need to get on top of this stuff quick.
Yeah,
Like Corva said, if this gets out in public knowledge, things are going to be so much worse than they are right now.
which is already ridiculous.
Yeah, speaking of which, I'm going to head back on into the kitchen because that went down real smooth and I could use another one. I'm stressed right now, honey, like real stressed. And vampires do get stressed. I
Well,
might
I
be
under.
dead, but I might be dead, but
Yeah, yeah.
I'll be
He's
back.
like, oh,
So
I understand that, but just don't pass out in my recliner by the fire.
why
Uh,
not?
we're gonna have to carry you to bed so that the sun doesn't get you.
Oh yeah, the sun. Almost forgot about
Yeah.
that. I'll head
It,
back into the kitchen.
it wouldn't take you long to remember about that. Yeah. Sitting in the recliner and your foot catches on fire. You're gonna remember really fast.
Right. Well,
Uh,
I'll make sure I'm not near any windows. How's that?
the only
So
thing we
yeah.
want the only thing we want catching on fire is in the fireplace, not anybody else. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I'll go bug the chef again.
Mm. And they'll give you a couple more shots. And he's like, this must not be good. What the hell's going on?
It's not good at all. We've got a sick vampire here with the crud that's going around, and it's not good.
Uh,
not
Cause,
movie time yet. No, not yet. 11 o'clock.
cause you haven't hit me up for alcohol before, so something's got to be seriously off here.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, I thought vampires were all these, were these stolid things that aren't affected by anything. No, that ain't true.
Mm. Vampires do have some superhuman things, but there's something out there that'll kill everybody.
Right.
We just happen to find it first. So, well, uh, he's like, you know what? And he just sets the bottle on the counter. And he's like, you know, I've got other things I have to attend to. So, uh, just set this here. And if you should need more, you know where it is.
All right. I'm not saying I won't.
Well, that's why I'm leaving it on the counter.
Oh shit, maybe I'll just take it out out there with me. I've got my bottle of blood. Why not? So just do that.
Be my guest. I can always go to the market and grab another one tomorrow. I don't think I need bourbon for anything emergency wise. So,
Well, that's good because I do.
mm. I wasn't making any of my blood recipes with it, at least for a couple of days. So I've got some time. Uh, so we have a sick vampire in one of the guest rooms.
Yeah.
Um, so I'll talk to Hanley about whether anybody should attempt to feed her.
Well, talk to Hamley and maybe talk to the doctor too, because
Yeah,
as far as I'm concerned, we ought to be quarantining her right now. So we'll see what the doc says.
yeah.
And I kind of lean toward him like, honestly, I mean, I hate to say this, I really do, but I don't think she's gonna be around too long. Anyway,
Well, hopefully that's not true, but from
hopefully,
every from everything we've seen so far, it doesn't look good
no,
with
she
the
really doesn't look good.
with Hanley's other staff member and all that. It's got the rest of the staff really nervous because we interacted with her almost on a daily basis until she got sick.
None of you all got sick though, did you? Just her?
Not not as of yet, no.
Well, it
We're
seems like it's getting more virulent, so this could be a real bad thing for us vampires.
that's why the rest of the staff is so worried about it because we don't know how you get it and yeah, and we definitely don't know what you do with it after you get it. So
No. And now humans are getting it and it's making them super violent, and that's a bad thing too. It's making them not even like human. That's doing something weird to them.
we, um, so if this new virulent form gets out, you got that many more whacked out humans.
Yeah, I'm hoping that doesn't happen. Honestly, I don't even want to deal with it right now.
He's like, I'm considering moving to a cattle farm in the Amazon myself. Cattle farm means I have a lot of blood I can get to, and Amazon, nobody can find me.
Right.
Eh, that might be the safest thing to do, but
Anyway, like
well,
grab the bottle. I'm off. Thanks for this.
well,
But
he's like, don't get too smashed because you want to be able to stand every now and again.
do I though?
Unless unless you're planning to sleep in the recliner by the fireplace all day tomorrow.
Well, I'm thinking
That
I'm
might
just
not be a
go
good
gonna.
thing in the end.
I'm thinking I'm just gonna take this and my bottle of blood up to my bedroom, and that way I won't have to deal with
Yeah,
the sun, and I'll be nice and safe and
yeah,
all. So I think I'll
yeah,
do that.
yeah. You can just pass out in your own bed. And like,
Exactly.
well, we'll see you tomorrow night then, probably.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
I'll
unless,
see you tomorrow
unless
night.
something unless something weird happens or weirder happens between now and then.
Now, bite your tongue with your little fangs, please.
'Cause, huh, so you never, it's turning out, you never know apparently. You know, werewolves don't seem like a really big problem at the moment.
Right. No, they definitely seem like the lesser of two evils right now.
So,
I'm hoping Sarah didn't hear me refer to werewolves as evil.
no, she's still in playing with Hanley.
So I'm gonna go back in the living room and I'll be like, you know what, guys? I'm gonna go handle the situation like humans do.
Sarah's like, and how is that?
By not handling it at all, honey. Because how?
Hanley's like, well, you gotta remember, you get too blasted. Vampires can have hangovers too.
Oh, I know. Been there, done that.
Happens in my strip club all the fucking time. Have to have people have to have vampire customers carried out from the back bar back there. It's like, because they can't even stand up. It's like,
Well, as long as it's mixed with blood, it's all right. Not gonna get too sick.
well, no, you just get really drunk. That's all.
And that is the point.
It's the point right now till you wake up at sunset tomorrow and then you're like, ah. So, but
So I'll head up to my bedroom with a bottle of blood and a bottle of bourbon.
mm, okay, and um, you do that, and you spend the rest of the time until uh, sunrise comes up. In fact, you you don't even notice when sunrise comes up because it's dark in your room and you're 4 or 5 sheets to the wind by then, and the bottle of blood is empty and the bottle of bourbon is empty, and you're pretty much unconscious at that point.
I'm just like
Yeah,
flopped on the bed, not worrying about anything at the
right.
moment. Just,
And Harley, or Harley, Han, Hanley and Sarah, you know, crashed for the day. But in your half asleep, half drunk state, I'd say like maybe you turn over just enough to see the clock and it's like 4 or 5 in the morning. You hear odd noises coming from downstairs. They sound like, uh, let's see if I can describe this properly. You know, well, when somebody's crawling on their hands and knees on wood floor, it does make a little bit of noise.
mm-hmm.
Well, you have that noise, but you also have like fingernail scraping noises mixed with that. And that's what you think you hear at 4 in the morning. But like I said, you're half drunk and half asleep. So are you gonna do anything or are you just gonna be like, I'll worry about it
uh,
later?
I'm not gonna worry about it.
Okay. So what? Maybe around 5:30 in the evening, your sunset alarm goes off, and it wakes you up, and you feel you can't even remember a human hangover that felt like this. You feel absolutely horrible. It's like you didn't think vampires could get hangovers like this. Yeah. Because in reality, when you fed off those drunk people and got smashed, you didn't drink that much blood. It was nowhere near basically because you just finished an entire bottle of bourbon. Uh, You know, even as a human, you never drank that much at one time. So you feel absolutely, you know, if you weren't already dead, you'd be like, I wish I was dead.
Right.
But yeah,
And now I am dead. And I'm going, oh God, I wish I was dead.
eh,
I wish I was dead enough to not be walking around.
yeah,
So yeah, I sort of sit up really slowly. I make my way downstairs holding on to the handrail. I mean, hangover routine.
Then you get to the living room and you see Hanley and Sarah just standing there. Fact, Sarah's in werewolf mode and she's growling, but she's standing next to Hanley. And you turn and look, and you basically see um, your room, the person who used to be your roommate, Marcie, is in the same position she was when you found her out in the yard. She's on her hands and knees. Uh, if you look at her face, her eyes are bloodshot. Her uh, skin is, instead of being the grayish color that vampires have if they don't attempt to do anything about it, she has that, but it's sort of got a greenish tint to it. And she is basically not letting anybody down that hallway. Like, you see Hanley try to talk to her and try to get her back to bed and such, and she's like not having anything of it. She won't let anybody down that hallway.
So, ask Hanley, what's going on here?
Um, you tell me and we'll both know. Sarah and I got up when our alarms went off and we headed down to the kitchen to try and get some breakfast. And this.
All right, well, I have no idea. what, what are we supposed to do with this? I mean, should we
uh,
get the doctor back out here to sedate her or what?
I never saw the doctor leave last night.
And I can't imagine the doctor would let her get up. So that means what exactly? She do something to the doctor?
I haven't seen him.
Oh shit.
We all crashed for the night before he left. He was still treating her when we all went to bed last night.
So what we need to do is go to the guest room and see if he's lying there in pieces or something. Well, no, correction. You need to do that because I'm too hungover to deal with this.
Well, then how about you give me a distraction with her and so I can get past her because she's not letting anybody down that hallway.
Well, we could let our little woofy friend here attack her, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking more like you could try and talk to her, and then,
Well, you don't seem to be having much luck with that, though.
eh, well, you're sh- you're her roommate. She, it might,
Well,
yeah.
I'm her niece. There is that.
Well, yeah. I keep forgetting the family connection, but
So,
uh,
like, hey, Mars, what's going on? What you doing?
she looks up at you and uh, almost growls. Uh, you can, you know, when you talked to her in the yard the first time, she was whispering, and this time she's still whispering, but almost growls at you.
Hey, now, what's that about? What's the matter? What's going on, hon?
She looks at you, and her eyes just look blank and confused. She's like she doesn't know where she is or who she is or anything. All she seems to be focused on is not letting people past her.
So it's great. Hey, you wanna come in the kitchen with me and get some blood? Are you hungry?
She looks at you for a second with a look on her face like, am I hungry? I don't, you know, she's like, that's a concept. uh, um, she thinks about it for a second and then, like, refocuses on what she's doing. She, um, the next second after that, she lunges at Sarah because Sarah's been growling at her this whole time. Because Sarah doesn't know what the fuck. Yeah. Um, she lunges at Sarah, which gives one of you the ability to get past her down the hallway.
Well, I'm gonna act on instinct. I'm gonna try to protect Sarah. So if Hanley wants to get down the hallway, he can do that. But I'm gonna try and get in between them so
Right,
she don't hurt that little girl.
right. And you are able to do that. Um, and um, roll me a athletics and brawl roll
Athletics and brawl. Okay.
because she uh, the
Ooh.
second the second she goes to attack Sarah, you step in between them. Um,
And that was a botch.
well, the problem is she got one success on her attack roll. So you step in between them and she attacks you. because she's not really comprehending who it is she's attacking. She's just like animal. So, yeah. um, let's see. That is basically, she's basically attacking you with her, fingernails and her teeth and such.
Oh,
Yeah.
and this is great. I'm hungover as hell.
And yeah, you're hungover. That's why you botched your roll. It's like you were able to get in between them, but you weren't, you didn't have the reflexes to get your arms up in time, and she just, um, will say, since it's just human fingernails and teeth and shit, that you take two
Well,
points.
wouldn't it be more vampire, like
Act,
fangs and things?
well, actually, it would, but um, so would do a little more damage. Uh, we'll say it does 3 points of damage.
So do I lose a health point or?
Oh yeah. Um, basically, it's bashing damage, so it takes uh 3 of the little health boxes.
Oh, okay.
Uh, you put a line in 3 of the little health. You put a diagonal line in 3 of the little health boxes,
Okay.
uh, and so and your your shoulder is bleeding because she leaped up to try and land on Sarah, but you got in the way. So she ended up attacking one of your shoulders as you got in the way. So your your right shoulder is bleeding and all this stuff. She sort of slumps back on the ground after that. That pretty much took all the energy she had at the moment. And um, but seeing her attack you, Sarah just like literally leaps over the shoulder that she attacked and lands on Marcie and starts, you know, doing her werewolf thing on Marcie. Uh, I'm going to see how successfully she does this. One, ah, she only she gets one success on her attack. Uh, she basically leaps onto Marcy's back because she's back in on her hands and knees and like is basically attached to Marcy's back and you see claw marks and yeah, uh, she's not able to initially do really serious damage, but she now has made it where Marcy's not going anywhere because Marcy has a werewolf on her back. And
Oh,
this,
can we pause for just a minute? I need to feed the
yeah,
dog.
feed the resident werewolf. Yeah.
Yes.
So
Uh,
we will pause for 20 minutes or so and let you do that.
Okay.
Let me get to the pause button. There we go.
Is there a button in here? You looking them off?
Hello and welcome back to episode 11 of Fallen Dragons or Vampire Requiem Louisville. This hour of the night I get my games confused. About to throw a dragon in there. uh, but we'll um is
We don't need a dragon.
right.
We've got enough going on.
I know a dragon could solve everything.
Oh yeah, everything
Just
as
start
in time to roll up a new character.
just, just start torching everything. Uh, the entire town of Louisville goes, yeah.
Right. Well, that would solve everything. No more werewolves, no more
Right.
vampires.
Right. Yeah. Just uh, do a Godzilla, do a Godzilla thing and just kill everything.
Just Dracarys. Sorry, that's Game of Thrones.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Like, but then we'd have to set up a new vampire game because everything would be dead.
Right.
So,
Yeah, vampires probably
but
don't love fire, come to think of it.
vampires don't love fire at all. As a matter of fact,
No,
it's just,
I wouldn't
it's
think
the
so.
it's the closest they can get to sunlight without it being sunlight. They don't like it. So yeah, and werewolves wouldn't be fond of it either.
No.
So yeah, that'd be bad. That'd be
Fur
bad
and
thing.
fire don't go too well. No.
Yeah, and charred werewolf probably doesn't smell very good either.
No, I was thinking that.
But no, but that's for a really screwed up hybrid game at some point.
Hey, we can open up a KFW, Kentucky Fried Werewolf.
Oh yeah, no, don't think we'll be around long. I don't think it'd get too many customers. Then you would initially for the novelty of it, but after they tasted it, nah. It'd be a like good joke on your YouTube cooking channel though,
Right.
with the werewolves running around town and shit. Yeah. Yeah. So before we had our little break there, uh, Dee Dee is now nursing a fairly decent shoulder wound on top of having the hangover from hell. Uh, although the adrenaline from the shoulder wound is helping the hangover, at least right now. When the adrenaline wears off, it's gonna suck. But um, and you're standing there as Sarah is now firmly attached to the back of Marcie, who's uh, on her hands and knees. Um, Marcie tries to roll over on her back and get Sarah off of her. It doesn't work. And about this time, you hear a knock on the door, and um, you hear Hanley from the guest room is like, "Could somebody get that? I'm dealing with something in here.
Well, so I sort of go over to the door, but I'm keeping an eye on Marcie and Sarah because, like I said, I'm really
Yeah.
protective of Sarah and I don't want her to get hurt. So I'll go to the door, but I'm kind of looking back and making sure things don't get too crazy over there.
They're now rolling around the living room because Margie's trying to get Sarah off of her, and Sarah's not going anywhere. So they're rolling around the living room. You you open the door, and Magnus is standing there.
Oh, great. So I see him and I'm just like, oh my God, you could not have come at a worse time.
He's like, "Why? What's the problem?"
There's a lot of problems. There's a lot of problems. First of all, you know about the whole disease thing that's
Right.
been, well, it's escalating, getting worse. Marcie's sick, and I don't know what the hell she is, but she's over there fighting with Sarah right now. And Marcie did this,
Yeah.
and
Uh,
and
Magn.
Hanley's back dealing with something in the guest room. I think Marcie might have done something to the doctor that was taking care of her. I have to ask Hanley about that, but yeah, I don't think nothing's good. That's all I can say right now. Nothing's good.
Well, he steps in the door, closes the door, and hugs you, and being careful not to hug your bleeding shoulder.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to gonna have to bandage that up probably.
Let's do that first. Um, I will go check with Hanley real quick to see what's going on in there, and then uh, I'll see if there's any bandages and stuff that we can work on your shoulder with.
Okay.
Um,
No, I'm just gonna, while I'm waiting for mom, I'm gonna sit down on the couch because, like you said, that adrenaline's starting to wear off and I'm feeling
right,
like I'm not feeling so hot right now. So I'm just gonna sit
right,
down.
right.
I didn't even
Uh,
tell him about that part.
what the drunk part?
Yeah, the being hungover part.
Oh, he no doubt sees that because you are looking, adrenaline or not, you're looking in pretty bad shape. Uh,
So yeah, I'm just gonna sit down, get on the back of the couch like.
so he goes into the guest room, says, "We're gonna need more than bandages when he comes out." Like, the doctor's still alive, but not very well.
I'm assuming he's torn up some. Did Marcy do something to him?
Yeah,
Oh,
apparently, from what Hanley says, he tried to treat her and she went ballistic on him.
yeah. Well, we'll look over the two of them rolling around. I'm like, she better not hurt Sarah.
Oh, I'm about to fix that. He walks over to Marcie and just cold cocks her, like punches her as hard as he can punch her. And you see her head go sideways and then she just drops.
Maybe we ought to tie her up while she's down. restrain her so she doesn't start shit again when she wakes up.
Um, after we get you looked after, we can see if there's a staff has like the gardener has some chain or something because
Oh,
I
isn't there some stuff downstairs we could use?
well yeah that's true. I hadn't thought about that, but probably more chain downstairs than outside.
Yeah, we can, because she needs to be restrained. She is just, I was afraid she was dying, but this is almost worse.
Because I wouldn't trust rope. I'd trust chain more than rope at this point.
Yeah.
Because
Is
we'd
Sarah all right?
well, um, she climbs off of the now prone unconscious Marcie. She's looking a little scratched up, but nothing major. She sort of staggers her way over to your chair and flops, more out of exhaustion than anything because they've been rolling around the living room for a while. Uh, says, "You stay there. I'm going to go ask one of the staff where the bandages and stuff
All right.
are." He says, "I'll be right back." um, and he disappears. Um, and while he's doing that, Hanley comes out, and he's got blood on his hands, and there's blood on his shirt. Yeah, she did a number on the doctor, man.
Yeah, that's what I
And,
sort of assumed.
and
Yes.
we've got to get an ambulance out here because if we don't, he's gonna be dead.
Well, any vampire ambulances? Because I don't think we want a human ambulance driver dealing with this.
Mm, uh, I'll have to look into that really quick because I'm not sure. And who the hell knows if whatever she had, what if the doctor's got it now?
Oh shit! What if I've gone now? Or Sarah? She got
Well,
us.
well, Sarah's just got like scratches and rug burns on her.
I could be infected. I
Well,
hope
well,
not.
yeah. Hanley looks at your shoulder and goes, "That's not good. What the fuck?" Um,
I got one between her and Sarah. Didn't want her getting hurt.
ooh,
I don't think it's that bad. I mean, it's not that deep. Uh, Magnus is gonna take care of it.
oh, Magnus is here.
Didn't he go in there when you were taking care of the doctor? He looked in on you. Thought you knew he was here.
Uh, he must have just stopped at the doorway. Uh, and I was busy trying to see if the doctor was breathing.
He's well, yeah.
Uh,
He's here. That's who's at the door.
at this point, he walks back into the living room with an armload of like gauze and alcohol. you know.
Right. Well, yeah, that's good. Sterilize the fuck out of this thing.
And
I don't, like I said, I don't think it's too deep.
uh, uh, he says it doesn't look that bad, but it does need some pressure to stop the bleeding, and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah.
Uh, And he goes about doing that. He's like, mm, if you were a human, I'd put stitches in, but vampires heal fairly quickly. So,
Yeah, this not heal up for too long.
probably a day or two, and you won't even notice it's there.
I'll try not to use my arm too much in the interim.
Yeah. But, so Hanley just sort of slumps down in one of the other chairs. He's like, he's had a day and a half, and he's exhausted. Uh, and Sarah's basically laying on your feet on the floor by the fireplace. And Magnus says, you might want to hold on to the arms of the chair because when I pour the alcohol on your shoulder, not going to be real pleasant.
All right.
Uh,
I'm ready.
and he does that. And get, let's see.
Okay. Uh oh.
Give me a uh how do I want give me a survival and composure roll
Okay.
to see how you react to call poured your
I got
shoulder.
one success.
So you are able to barely hold it together, and you almost jump out of the chair, but you're able to like, and surprisingly, you're more awake now than you've been all night, because that it's like that woke you up more than the adrenaline earlier, because yeah, your shoulder just about jumped out of its own socket on that one. uh, and then he starts, wrapping it in gauze and an ace wrap and all this stuff, and he wraps from your shoulder down to your elbow, and it's like that should hold you until your vampire biology heals your shoulder. I'd drink some more blood if I were you. Uh,
Haven't even had any tonight yet.
well, maybe. um, Hanley's like, turn, turns to Magnus and goes, you know where the wine cellar is? Yeah. Go bring up 3 or 4 bottles so we'll, each one of us can have one. Because if there was ever a night we needed one, this would be it. And so he does that. Well, he's gone. Sarah turns back in 10-year-old form. And she looks up at you and she says, "Do you mind if I climb on your lap? I know your shoulder's messed up, but
Yeah, you can get up there. Just be careful on the shoulder.
yeah, I'll get on the other side."
Yeah, there you go.
Like, yeah, I had to protect you.
Yeah, well, I had to protect you too, obviously.
Yeah.
You're not hurt, are you?
She says, just a couple of basically rug burn where I've probably got a couple of first spots that are gone, but other than that,
Did you get a couple good bites in?
eh, uh, let's just say that my claws got uh, fairly well acquainted with her ribs. So
Good.
when she wakes up, she's not going to be feeling that well if she can feel anything at all. Because I don't know what that was.
I
And,
don't know either, but we're going to chain her down pretty good. So when she wakes up, she can't do that again.
and you hear his phone go off, and he picks it up, and he's talking. If you, we need you over here as soon as you can get here, and um, hangs up the phone. Uh, I called an ambulance from one of the smaller towns outside of Louisville, where there happened to be a vampire in that uh, ambulance district.
Good, because like I said, I don't think I want a human ambulance driver seeing all this.
Well,
I'm not sure what they'd make of it.
I actually think this guy was sired by the doctor in the guest room. He just moved out of Louisville because it was getting too big and he was afraid that somebody would find out what he was. So,
Maybe we ought to have him cart Marcie off to the hospital too, and make sure she's tied down to the bed and all.
no, if a doctor tries to examine her, if a human doctor tried to examine her, they're going to freak out.
Well, they're gonna freak
Um,
out if they try to examine the doctor too, aren't they?
mm, um, actually, when the ambulance driver gets here, I will talk to him about the doctor and Marcie and see if it's might be safer to take them to the hospital in the little town where he is instead of the hospital here.
Right. Maybe we ought to just, have him do whatever with the doctor, and we ought to throw Marcy out and let the sun get her. I mean, I hate to say that, but she's obviously not,
She's
not
not.
a,
Uh, Magnus says she's definitely not the Marcie that was your roommate a couple days ago.
no. And I don't, unfortunately, I don't think she ever going to be again. That's what's kind of worrying me. I mean, there's no cure for whatever the hell that is there?
No. And and at this point, Hanley told Magnus everything that's gone on today. The where Marcie's family was all found dead and such. And Hanley goes, if it's doing that, no. And that leads me to a invitation I was going to make.
Yeah, what sort of invitation? An invitation to put a stake through her heart? Because at this point, I'm about ready to do that myself, and then stick her
Uh,
outside.
no, no. The,
And like I said, I'm sorry to be saying that. I mean, she's my roommate, she's my aunt, for God's sakes, but I'm feeling pretty rough right now.
well, yeah. You should, in your shape, you shouldn't make any major decisions right now. Um, the invitation I was going to extends to you and Hanley and Sarah as he walks over and sort of pats Sarah on the head. Um, I'm having a major party at my house in Louisville in New Orleans. And given what's going on in Louisville right now, you three getting away for a few days might not be a bad thing.
Well, there was something we were going to do in the next few days, but I mean, again, it'd be nice to give myself a chance to heal, wouldn't it? And I've never been to, never been to Louisiana.
Nope.
I sort of look at Hanley and Sarah, and I'm like, well, if you guys want, I'm game. Sounds good to me.
And um, Magnus looks at Hanley and goes, and if you think his house is something, wait till you come to my place in New Orleans.
And you know, I always do like a good party.
Well,
I'm assuming you mean
he's like,
vampires, right? Not humans.
right. I follow the same rule that Hanley does. I don't invite humans to my parties, except if we run out of food. So, yeah.
Well, like I said, I'm game. What do you two think? You up for it, Hanley?
Hanley's like, I could use a break from this place. Maybe the cops will calm down if you're not around for a day or two, since they
Right.
seem to be fixated on you right now.
Yeah. Well, what do you think, Sarah? You want to see what kind of trouble we can get ourselves into in
Um,
Louisiana?
Sarah's like, if you two are going, I'm going wherever you're going because I gotta, obviously, I gotta protect the two of you. So I'm
Well, yeah, you do absolutely have to protect
uh,
us. Do a
and
damn good job of it
I'm
too.
not I'm not staying here with you guys getting your both of your butts in trouble. Uh,
No, and I need my furry little bed warmer anyway.
can't, she's like, see, and and Magnus is like, and we have all kinds of different food, and
Well,
you
there's
know,
only one
Sarah,
food we can eat, though, isn't there?
you haven't met my chef yet.
Oh, you got a chef, have
Uh,
you?
Hanley just sort of chuckles because however rich Hanley is like pocket change for Magnus. Yeah, Hanley
That
became wealthy. Hanley became wealthy running, owning a strip club. Magnus became wealthy owning a international conglomerate company. So, yeah, it's like,
so I'll ask Magnus. I'm like, so this chef of yours, I mean, I've heard things about Louisiana cooking. Can he do like a Cajun seafood blood type of thing?
oh, of course.
Okay, well, I'm sold. We're
Uh,
going for sure.
although I will warn you, do not, you don't want to get on the bad side of my chef. Uh,
I don't think you will get on the bad side of most chefs from what my experience working with them.
he's a several 100-year-old Oriental vampire, and he's been known to get pissed off and clear out entire buildings on his own.
Oh, one of them, huh?
Y- Yeah, you, you want to, you know, keep him happy, as it were. And there's certainly that Sarah's going to find very interesting.
There's a what? You broke up a little there.
I said there's a female vampire that owns a bar in New Orleans in my neighborhood that Sarah's going to find very interesting.
Oh, I don't think they'll let 10-year-olds in bars, do they?
Oh, I think, especially if we sneak her in puppy form,
Well, there
nobody's
you
gonna
go.
say anything. You
Well,
carry
no,
you carry Sarah in puppy form, and nobody would say anything.
no, they're all just gonna pet her and think she's so cute now.
Yeah, well, it's true. Like,
And I'm all for meeting new vampires and, local color and all, so that'll be
oh
fun.
yeah, New Orleans is an interesting city as far as our culture goes. Much more, shall we say, livelier than this place.
I imagine it would be.
Louisville is a bit boring, if you ask me. Um,
Well, it's a little too exciting for me right now. But yes, that would be very nice to get. Are you thinking we're going to leave, what, tomorrow night?
yeah. Um,
How we going to get there? You got a jet or something?
all I got to do is make a phone call. And he points to his limo outside. It's like, I flew here. That's a rental limo. So, yeah, soon as we get the doctor and your roommate situated, we'll head to New Orleans for a little vacation, as it were.
Oh, that sounds good. And I kind of lean toward him so Sarah can't hear me. And I'm like, so this party of yours, is this a party? No, a Magnus special comic party?
Well, what sort of parties do Hanley and I tend to have?
Well, that's what I was asking.
Uh,
His
well,
shoulder better heal up pretty damn fast. That's all I
uh,
can say.
well, it'll basically take a day or two for that. So by the time we're settled in my place in New Orleans, your shoulder should be fine. Um, but as far as the party goes, even if it was a regular quote, quote party, Sarah couldn't be involved in that anyway. In fact, I'll have to work on finding her something to do that night. So then,
Well, I'm sure you've got plenty of staff that can do, watch her. And
yeah, and
I'm assuming you've got TVs and things. She can.
yeah, um, I can come up with ways to. Well,
You got dogs. She likes dogs. She likes
actually,
playing with them.
actually, actually, I've only got one.
Oh, above game. Werewolf biker gang. They can hang
Well,
out with Sarah.
well, yeah, that's true. I can always introduce her to them.
Yes.
They would actually take care of her and like have fun with her. Because actually, she's gonna meet them because when that game ended, they were
They
paid.
were security.
Yeah, they were paid security for Magnus's property. So,
Mhm.
and they're still doing that. So she will meet them. So they're
So
they're
yeah, they could give her rides and shit.
there. You go. She's gonna meet. She could end up having extended family. It's like so get her own little motorcycle, and own little biker jacket. She'd look
Yeah.
cool. But and that that'd be like magnets would do that in a heartbeat. It's like he'd spend that money without even thinking about it because he'd want to see her like that. He'd be like, it's like, yeah, I can call my security and see if they'd like a new member in the group. And turn Sarah into a butter chicken. Really cute. But so we've got no, we'll have plenty of things to do. In fact, a weekend will go by and you guys won't even want to leave. Because, like I said,
Well, if the
compare
chef's that good, then I probably won't want to leave.
she he's like I told you. New Orleans is a whole lot more fun than Louisville. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
well, unfortunately, we've got a whole pile of shit we need to return to here and get sorted
uh,
out. But yes, it will be nice to have a few days away from all that.
he, he says, for that matter, he elbows Hanley and goes, for that matter, you could start a strip club in Vegas or in New Orleans and just move. Forget
Oh, wouldn't that be something?
forget this, Kentucky stuff. Just head to New Orleans. But you then remember that you have told the prince that you were going to do things for him. So,
Yeah, like I said, we got a whole pile of shit we gotta get back to here. But yeah, it'd be nice not to think about that for a while.
yeah, I've lived in New Orleans for many, many years and haven't seen a werewolf yet.
Except for security.
In fact, the first werewolf I think I've ever seen is Sarah. I
Except for the werewolves working for him for security.
well, yeah, but they don't. They're his friends and they're his security, so he doesn't even consider that.
Oh,
He's he's like, I'm talking,
werewolves in the wild.
werewolves that'll cause you problems. See, that's the difference. I have werewolves that fix my problems.
Ah, that's that's handy.
Yeah.
Okay, I kind of look at Sarah and I'm like, they're good at that sometimes.
Sarah's like, that's what we're here for. And Hanley just chuckles. It's like, I don't think if you ask every werewolf that it would say that, but you know. So, um, the by this time you hear an ambulance pull up in the driveway. It mutes its sirens, so a little ways before it gets to the driveway, so people don't wonder what's going on. And uh, they knock on the door, and Magnus opens the door, and there's two people with a stretcher on the porch. uh, uh, he shows them in, and they're like, "Okay, what do you need us to do?" And Hanley points to Marcie, says, "Well, that's one." And then he walks them back to the guest room where the doctor is barely alive. And he's like, but that's the more important one right there. And they're like, holy crap, we need to get him somewhere really fast. And Sarah jumps off your lap and goes over and pops her head in the door of the guest room and is like, yeah, the one out there who's unconscious did that. That might be useful information for you. I attacked this thing. You might want to be careful if it wakes up. And they're like, uh, okay,
Right.
yeah, uh,
Like, what are
uh,
we getting ourselves into here?
yeah. Magnus is like, oh, oh damn, I forgot the chain we were gonna, uh, yeah, we're
Well,
gonna have,
she's still unconscious and still got
uh,
time to do that.
well, yeah, because Hanley was thinking about it before Magnus cold cocked her and like, yeah, we might want to do that before she wakes up. So they both head off down to the basement, leaving you and Sarah up there uh, with Marcie and the doctor and the
EMTs.
yeah, and and few uh like 10 minutes later, they both walk back upstairs with armloads of chains, and they give me a uh, wits and intelligence roll.
Okay, that means 2 successes and they're both 10s. Okay, so two successes total.
As they're putting the chains on the floor, you see them sort of wink and smile at each other. And the first thought that goes through your head is, uh, oh crap, they're planning something already. Because that's the look you see on their faces. They had apparently had a conversation while they were gathering chains up in the basement.
Well, you're okay. You're doing good.
And so uh, they, they they take the two paramedics, come out of the guest room with the doctor on their gurney, and they're like, we'll take him to the ambulance and then we'll come back and get her. Um, and Magnus is like, while you're doing that, we'll restrain her. So if she wakes up, she won't hurt you. You can tell one of the EMT guys did not want to be there. Every time they mention Marcie's possibility of hurting them, this one guy gets this look on his face like, I could be doing something else right now.
Right.
You know? And so they go out, and a few minutes later, they come back with another gurney, and um, Magnus and Hanley lift up Marcie, put her on the gurney, and she's basically wrapped in chains at this point. And they find a way to attach the chains to the railing on the gurney so she can't go anywhere. And they take her out, put her in the ambulance. The one who's the vampire of the pair is like, comes back in and goes, um, we'll take her to our hospital because we can hide her there a bit easier than we can in the big city. Um, do we? Do either of you want us to call you if something changes with her, or uh,
Well, we're gonna be out of town, but yeah, let me give you my number. She's family and all, so give me a call. Let me know what's going on. But we're not gonna be able to get back here.
well,
Just let me know.
right? Um, and then you can come and check on her when you guys get back into town.
Right.
He's like, works for me. So he looks at Hanley and goes, someday you're going to have to tell me the story of what happened here. Uh, and they both turn and leave. And Hanley closes the door behind them. He says, I just thought of something. If all of Marcie's family is gone, uh, what's going to be up with her family home and all the other stuff like that?
I, you know, honestly, I don't know.
Well, why don't we just go to New Orleans, have a nice time, and then when we get back, we can fuss with whatever we have to fuss with when we get back?
Well, that works for me.
And uh, with that, another alarm goes off as the four of you are sitting around, three of you are drinking because uh, Magnus brought bottles of blood up. And so you guys are sitting around, and Magnus is telling you stories about what New Orleans is like. And every time he mentions some of the interesting food, Sarah's ears perk up. That's what she's going for. As all growing werewolves would. Uh, so you guys basically finish your bottles of blood, and the daylight alarm goes off, and Hanley's like, well, it looks like we need to call it a day, as it were. Finally.
Yeah, it's been a day. I need some rest. That's for sure.
And uh, Sarah looks at you and looks at Magnum and is like, the look on her face is like, okay, what's happening? Where am I sleeping? Yeah, 'cause, yeah, she's been sleeping with you for the most part since you've been there.
Right. Except for when I had
Yeah,
Kylie over.
right. And she's sort of sensing the same thing with Magnum. So she's like,
And she's probably thinking, wait a minute, she had some chick over that night. Now it's a guy. What the hell?
oh, vampires are notorious for not caring who they sleep with.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, but she finally looks up at you and goes like, okay, who am I sleeping with? Or am I sleeping in my own room tonight?
I think you might want to, sleep in your own room tonight. Of course, that's what we think. I'm like, well, I have got a wonky shoulder. I don't know.
Well, Magnum's like, we're not doing anything major tonight.
Well, even non-major stuff might be too
Right.
much. So I sort
But
of look at Magnus and I'm like, well, you up to you up for cuddling?
he's like, I can deal with that for one night. Gotta let you heal up for the party when we get there.
Yeah.
Mm. So, are you saying that you want, like, Sarah to sleep between you, or
No, no. I'm saying she ought to
oh,
sleep in her own room.
oh, so you just want to cuddle with Magnus but not do anything major? Is what you're
Right.
saying? He's like, yeah, I can handle that for one night. Uh, yeah, and he turns to Sarah and goes, "Sorry for messing up uh your sleep plans for the night, but you just have to go sleep in your own room for one night. I guarantee she'll still be here come sunsets.
Will
Not
be. And then
not
we're
like
all
not like I'm going to abscond with her while you're asleep. So
no, and then we're all gonna take off on a little adventure.
yep. So with that, everybody sort of retires to their room as the sun starts coming up more fully, and e- even with the blackout curtains that are all over the place, you can still tell when the sun comes up. So you end up cuddling with Magnus. Sarah ends up sleeping in her own bed, and Hanley uh, heads off to his room. You all have interesting dreams about what you wonder about is coming next, because what started out as a fairly uncomplicated life of a of a YouTube uh, cooking influencer has gotten way complicated in a somewhat short period of time. And,
Right.
and your last thought is you and Magnus drift off to sleep while holding each other in your arms is what in the world's gonna happen next? And then a thought rapidly follows that, which is as long as Magnus is around, hopefully I'll get through it. And you all drift off to sleep, and that's where we're gonna end this episode. I hope you all liked it as much as we had fun doing it. It ran considerably longer than I was originally thinking it would, but we got into this and
Well, I mean, Marcie showed up and started wreaking havoc, so you
yeah, it
know.
just it just sort of spiraled out of control from there. So, uh, but things got, you guys got an out to get out of Louisville for a while, considering the cops are
Yeah.
wanting to throw you in jail and shit. It's
And next
good.
time we get to, explore Magnus's mansion, so that ought to be fun.
Oh yeah. Hanley's place is nice, but Magnus is like, yeah. Hanley is where Magnus was maybe 10 years ago. So, a bit of an upgrade as far as that. Um, and you might even get to meet his parents and his
And
sister
sister.
and such at the party. Yeah. Um, so I will have this up within 48 hours. Be on podcast too. As far as the podcast goes, the easiest way to find them is go on Spotify and look up Fallen Dragons and you'll find it. Fallen Dragons RPG and you'll find it. Um, and like I always say, like, subscribe, and all that fun stuff. Um, buy all of Robin's books. The links are in the description. She need, she needs money for Christmas, so buy all of her books. She's got a Amazon list like crazy, so you gotta buy her books so she'll have money to clear off her Amazon list.
Right.
Uh, but and we'll we'll be back with the world's craziest D&D game next week, and
Oh
uh,
god. Yeah, that's talk about downward spirals.
right, right, yeah. It's like we got a 10-year-old werewolf girl in this game, and we have a 3 foot tall hellhound in the other game. So there you go. But
Yeah.
yeah. So, and yeah.
We've just got a messed up party in the end of the game, like entirely.
We have a cleric who's going to visit his parents to watch them get executed.
Yeah, he doesn't want to save them. He just wants us to see them. Like, okay, dude.
He does, however, want tickets in the front row, apparently.
Right.
So, yeah. Yeah. For all those people that absolutely loved their parents and had a wonderful childhood, there you go.
Well, we
But
got a lot. We got a lot of stuff to get through before we even get to his
yeah,
parents. So,
the way
if
it's
we
go,
survive,
yeah, the way it's going, you might not even survive Canamere first.
oh God.
So,
Well,
uh,
we'll try our best. Hopefully,
yeah.
most of us
So,
will anyway.
yeah. So, if a certain party, unnamed party member doesn't get you killed first.
Exactly.
Uh, yeah. So, uh, and with that, unless you have anything, I think we can say goodnight.
Yeah. Nice. See you next time.
Yep. So, watch for this one. Watch next week for Fallen Dragons and Call of Cthulhu's 4th of July episode is rapidly approaching, and we all
Still need
know how
to figure out my character.
we all know how fun those are for anybody who's watched those. So, uh, and join us on Discord if you want to get to know the crazy people in this group, and you get to know us, you'll find out why we're crazy. But so, and we want to talk to you and we want to hear your comments. So leave those on uh, YouTube. Uh, Getting late for my brain. Uh, but and I'm on YouTube every day, so you'll leave comments, I'll answer them, and we'll go from there. So uh, we'll see you next week.
Nice.
Night.